And we are live. Welcome, everybody. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the spaceship studios from a galaxy far, far away. And here we go, next screen. Alright, so here I am. This time I pressed the live button, and here we go. Now, hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, etc. And there has been, we started the game in the moment, which I usually do during this the first segment of it, and then I go into the next parts. There has been a video released of Maxwell's deposition, which I knew there'd be a deposition, and there is. I knew it was filmed. Now, this next part will, she's not really answering questions, pleading the fifth, and that is expected, obviously, because she's going to be shady. There's been some new discoveries with the Epstein files about basically Trump was the one that called the FBI on them originally. That's been documented in the files. And we were talking yesterday, Mermaid, about the humans of like the traffic, like having babies be born and being used for evil things. Yeah, it seems that he sent people 23andMe kits for DNA testings, and it seemed like he was trying to impregnate people with his seed. Also, so he had like a weird program going on like that. So that was something I discovered yesterday, and other outlets also have been reporting on. So we are society's going through the rabbit hole of exposing that case. Right. Now, going over here. Here's our pirate in the pirate game. Right. There he is. And we do have a list of games we will be playing on the show, and because Mermaid has made some great suggestions that I like. And we'll be glad to do them as time permits. Let's see. Alright. So, here it is. Like the journal diary we were talking about before yesterday, that one is a big one too, of exposing what was going on with that case. All right. Here we have Pirate Island. This one is a pirate port. It's the other ones are not pirate ports, so it's kind of like a free for all here. I was talking to folks earlier about aliens and my theories about them. It was cool to see different perspectives, and I think that although we do believe that, which I may emphasize that there are fallen angels disguised as aliens, which I do think is true. I'm not denying there's aliens on other planets, hypothetically, like, with all the different stars and galaxies out there, and I don't think it would contradict the truth of religion if they are there, because that's what a lot of people try to argue, is that if they're aliens, there can't be, the religions are wrong, which, as I said, I think is silly to think, because it's someone that likes to create things just likes to create all kinds of different worlds, etc. So, something about Mars specifically is that if the core of it was heated up a lot, it could it would be able over a very very long time it would become like Earth. A planet's almost like a machine. It's fascinating that it has the potential to be like our planet under a hypothetical circumstance. And by the way, Mermaid, very great game yesterday. I enjoyed it. I like seeing the cleaning the pools. It's very it's a very involved job, and it makes for a cool game to watch. And it's something different. It's a good idea. Okay. All right. So twisting over to this region and going that way. All right. Now defeating. All right, we got that ship down. That ship could be difficult to because it's a the ghost ships attack you for no reason. That's what these ghost ships like to do. All right, now attacking this one right here. Okay, and now we have that one right here. Well, it looks like we found some more pages in one of the quests that we're doing. That's good. Shot the bubbles. He's somewhere playing with a toy. It seems. Let's see what that is. Let's see what that's about. Back in a moment. Yeah, maybe he sees another cat outside. He's talking to the other cat. Okay. Sometimes their meows will change octaves drastically. I was looking at the last night the different types of constellations because I look at them often. I discovered that, which many people already knew this, but I personally discovered that Orion is right by Terrace, the the bull. Interestingly, there it is. Let's see if we're able to take this big ship down. That's a big one. That's a newer one I've not seen before. Okay. Ah, it's one of those zombie ships. Okay. All right. Okay, and yeah, that is true. My ship does need to be repaired. That is true. Alright, and now heading this way. It'll take a little bit to take it down. Alright, now releasing. Kind of changing the position of the ship to this other direction. Okay. I could shoot a fireball instantly to cause a problem, so we have to be careful here. Okay, and yeah, this will be a little bit. So yeah, and where I am, the Orion's belt is more on its side rather than standing up straight. Because I think another thing is interesting how different parts of different places you'll see constellations in different ways. It won't be like up or down. It depends on the angle that it comes on. It appears through. Yeah. Okay, and now going over this way. Let's see. All right, that ship will sink. It's good. No, I was thinking it might be a ship that we board, but it's not that type of ship because it doesn't have the signal, the symbol on top of it. That's why. Ah, okay, good. The that survived, not survived, but the it has reloaded. That's good. All right, and see. Conquer that way. All right. And they took it down because they fired one of those fireballs at it. But the ship was already very damaged anyway. Oh, hello, Fifi. Good to see you. Welcome. I saw you earlier in the other chat. Yeah. Seems like an interesting trial. Yes. And, okay, so... As I said, that ship needs to be repaired anyway, but that usually destroys any of the ships when they fire at it. Okay, so in this cell, there's a skeleton that's on the ground. That's been there for a while, and then that's a little bench you go on. Okay. Alright. Okay. Now exiting this way. Alright, now get the ship repaired and see if it's still out there at the sea. Okay. Oh, I have to go all the way this way. It's okay. Because there's some palm trees. Okay, repair that one. Okay. Repair that one too. There we go. Now let's see if that works. Oh, there is a treasure fleet that way. Yep, that is it right there. Okay. This time it's all repaired. Okay, there's a treasure sign. Okay. Buried treasure on islands actually was not really a common thing from what I read. It was an incident that happened one time from a story, but it happened, but it was very romanticized and it's interesting, but it didn't happen like all the time. Hello, Miss C. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right. Okay, so there's the big treasure chest on top of that ship because that animation was not there before, but it was supposed to be. All right. Oh, interesting to see. I've not. Let's see. That seems pretty cool. I've not seen that yet, but what did you think of it, Missy? And yeah, I seeing investigations now. The police cam footage is really interesting. Sometimes it'll be very wild, and they'll have uh, fighting scenes. It's really something else. When like it's just police investigation, like when the body. I'm talking about something kind of separate. The body cam footages are very sometimes very wild. All right. Okay, the ship is going to be sinking soon. It's on its last leg. Now we're gonna just kind of jump in this direction and finish it off. Oh, okay. Thank you for explaining. All right. Oh, you like the interrogations more? Okay. Yeah, the interrogations certainly reveal a lot about the suspect when they're under the in the hot seat. I They could act foolish. Sometimes they act no emotion. Sometimes they want to act innocent. Sometimes they do some really crazy things in there. Or like Jodi Arias was standing on her head. I mean, it's though I could see why you think those are really interesting. Yeah. Right now, turning over this way. Okay. Oh yeah, they mostly lie. That's true. Oh, hello, friendly. Oh, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Right now, we're doing a game at the moment. Okay. Oh, now going back to the battlefield. Okay, let's go this way. I was talking about Jodi Arias for a moment. We're just talking about random things of whatever the chat wants to talk about. But yeah, Jodi Arias, I was mentioning that for a moment, where basically during her interrogation, she was standing on her head, and she basically, in my opinion, lied the entire time. That's what she did. Okay, and let's go there. Take that one out. Almost done with this ship. I'd be interested to see everyone's thoughts about Jodi Arias because now some people, because everyone has different opinions about her, and there's a colorful uh, palette of thoughts about it. I, I just think for her to go out her way to go find him and lead him like that was something completely unnecessary. Not saying that Travis was a saint, which I don't think he was, but yeah, and her interrogation was just she lied a lot, did some yoga basically by staying on her head a couple of times. They that and on the stand she was very had glasses on. She looked like a librarian. She had a very calm demeanor about her, but that's not reality about what she was. Exactly, it's a deception. A lot of times they will do that in the trials. They'll make themselves look a certain way when they aren't. And we're talking about Epstein, of which Maxwell specifically, because a deposition just occurred. We Astronomy, a variety of different things. With the Eclectic stream, it's just a bunch of different things going on. Oh, let's see what this says. Okay. In the Kraken's lair, Hedris of the Flying Dutchman made its presence known for a few and then disappeared. Oh, interesting. In the Kraken's lair, the Flying Dutchman made his appearance and then disappeared. Wow, that is crazy. See, that was from the movie, the Flying Dutchman. I'm glad that they're involving that in the game now, because before they didn't do that. They would not involve the games. The game was a different story from the original movie. That was interesting to see. But now what they did was they're kind of putting those characters back, like the Kraken, the Kraken's lair, Davy Jones. There's an island where Davy Jones is like as a hologram with some of those monsters, which I think is quite wild. Oh, thank you, Miss C. Yeah, leaving DNA on the like button. I thank you. All right. Friendly says Jody absolutely did it, and the other girl, Kentucky, did something similar. Saying integration room, Shanna Herbies, you should see your interview. Ah, okay. All right, I'm going to do a review on that right now. Sure. Let's see. Once you give an overview about who this person was that Friendly is speaking of, that is the wrong window. It is actually this window. Okay. Let's see. Shiner Herbis. Let's do this. All right. Okay, with Shiana is a Kentucky woman currently serving life sentence for the 2012 murder of her on again, off again boyfriend, attorney Ryan Poston. The case gained international attention due to her misbehavior following the shooting, which included bizarre integration video where she was seen dancing and singing. The incident: Herbis shot Poston 6 times at his Highland Heights condo. Prosecutors argued that she deleted him, killed him, because he was ending their relationship to go on a date with Audrey. Oh, Audrey Bolte. I'm not too sure how to say that last name, but the first name's Audrey. Miss Ohio 2012. She claimed she acted in self-defense against an abusive partner. First trial 2015. Shayna was convicted of murder and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Conviction overturned. In 2016, the verdict was overturned when it was discovered that one of the jurors was a convicted felon, which is prohibited under Kentucky law. Retrial. A sentence again followed her guilty of murder on October 18, 2018. She was sentenced to life in prison. Current status: incarceration. She currently serving her life sentence in Kentucky Correctional Institution of Women. Right. Parole eligibility: was eligible for parole in 2032, serving 20 years life sentence. All right. Okay, let's see about the interview. Okay, let's see. Shout out to all of you watching, listening, and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Okay. And do that. And oh, let's see. Yeah, the interview is one that I will have to find at some point. Okay, let's see. Friendly said in an interview she was laughing, saying she gave him a nose job and he always wanted. He was twitching, so she shot him again. Yeah, that is really nuts. That is very nuts indeed. Uh, for her to say, and a lot like Jodi Arias, in my opinion. It's a very creepy evil to do such things to somebody. Yeah. Let's see. Oh wait, do that. Urge requests. Let's see. Okay, this is an inter. This is her interrogation. Let's see. Is that interrogation? Because that is something. All right. Let's see how that goes. Um, y'all see it in a moment. Okay. Switching over to the other window. Let's go here.
You know, and he was laying with his face on the table, like twitching, and so I knew he was going to die a very slow and painful death. I knew he was already dead, within the next 20 seconds, within the next 2 minutes, I knew he was going to be dead, and he was in a lot of pain. He was twitching, he was moaning, but he was ultimately dead. And so I shot him enough times to kill him so that he wouldn't suffer at that point, which was a few more times. And I think I shot him twice, thought he was completely dead, and he was laying there still, twitching and making noises. And I shot him in the head. I probably should have left it there, but I knew he was going to die. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one, this is her interrogation. Completely no emotion. She is faking emotions right here. She's trying to act like she's remorseful, but the actions and the way she's doing it is not what somebody, in my opinion, would do that really was remorseful about it. And the act of doing it in the first place is a bad sign in itself. It's like with Jodi Arias, where she ear to ear cut Travis and shot him after he's dead. Like, there's a point where, like, if somebody is being abused or being attacked directly at a moment, maybe they could defend themselves with this of right here. People like this, in my opinion, were going to do something anyway. Like, at some point, if it wasn't the spouse or boyfriend, they were going to go do it to somebody. Some people like this are just going to do it anyway. A lot of people that act like this in society with various shootings or whatever, there is something already going to trigger them anyway.
Or have a very deformed face.
And you were concerned.
And I knew, oh no, he would have died. He was already dying. He was dying. But I just walked around the table and shot him where I knew he would die immediately. And fast. His obsession with guns killed him. You know, I would have never, I'm so Democrat, I would have never touched a gun in my life until I dated him.
Alright, here's an example of what we were talking about with the interrogation. She's singing, humming, singing a song, in humming tone. And, yeah, it's like, she's using a gun on him. And she's saying that she doesn't touch guns because she's Democrat, but then again, she's using one. So, you know, another contradiction. Which, nobody should do this to anybody, you know, like, murdering people like this. But, yeah, this is just, it shows you the twisted nature of how these people think. You know, like, those movies and cartoons, TV shows that, like, talk about these, like, evil people. And but when you really see it in real life, in these situations, it's real cliche, you know. Amazing Grace is the tune she's singing, humming. Yeah, it's just completely bizarre behavior. Indeed.
How sweet the sound that sings oh rest.
She belongs in a straitjacket. Wow.
He had put his arm across the table, and there's a lamp, and he had put his arm across the table and had it in my face and was screaming at me at the top of his lungs after he had thrown me around the room, and was saying emotionally to me, "You're a f***ing hillbilly. I f***ing hate you. I hate everything about you for what you are and my family."
Exactly, Friendly. It completely proves that there are people like that out there, just like Jodi Arias, that she wasn't an isolated incident, and there's more like her out there. Yeah. It's you know, either gender can do something weird, like, you know, disturbing and evil like this. You got to be careful about, although it may not be easy to see, you know, so sometimes you may know somebody and they come out bad later. But, you know, just to be aware that, and for myself too, that there are people like this out there that are just into murdering people. It's that if, and I'll say something could throw them off and they'll go and do this specific behavior again. So that is why, to be, you know, aware of people like this. Indeed. She laughs soon. Yeah.
He was screaming and he had his head on the table and he wasn't completely standing up. He was like this. He was sitting, he was enough that when I shot him, he went like this. Literally. That's when I knew he was dead. Or close to it, and twitching. And I couldn't, I let him, I still, even though it hurt, I still, enough of me, loved him. But I couldn't stand to watch him twitch. I knew he was going to die or have a completely deformed face. He's very vain. One of our last conversations we had that was good was that he wants my best friend who's a dentist to do his veneers and wants to get a nose job. Just that kind of person. And I shot him right here. I gave him his nose job. He wanted.
you see, this is what Friendly was talking about, where she is this depraved, sick way of thinking that, oh, she gave him the nose job he wanted. What a smart arse thing to say, really. It's she completely no empathy there, and evil, evil wit. Yeah, certified insane, saying this to a detective during interrogation. Just, you don't want people like this out in the street. Whatever the reason was for this, and I am just, as I'm learning about the case, I don't know everything about it, but and causes, like, she says it casually, like ordering pizza. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, hello there, Mermaid. Glad to have you back on board. Uh, yeah, so okay, so Mermaid, this is the something Friendly mentioned, and she's talking about how she is excited to talk about how the dude needed a nose job, and shooting him in the face was giving him his nose job. Yeah, no empathy, completely insane. She has said no empathy, and you don't want someone like this back on the streets, is what I'm saying. Also,
I let him, I still, even though it hurt, I still, enough of me, loved him. That I couldn't stand to watch him twitch. I knew he was going to die or have a completely deformed face. He's very vain. One of our last conversations we had that was good was that he wants my best friend who's a dentist to do his veneers and wants to get a nose job. Just that kind of person. And I shot him right here. I gave him his nose job. He wanted. I broke it. I'm not your typical murderer. No, I'm not someone that you see on Astronomy. He said, you're just a hillbilly from Kentucky. And I am. I guess the hillbilly came out of me. I took up for myself.
Alright, I know people that are in the country that would, from Kentucky, different places, in the Appalachia, and they don't all act like this, by the way. They don't go just murdering people. Some people probably do that, but some of them are very cool people. Like, this is just, she's blaming everybody but herself.
None of it matters now. It's the worst thing I've ever done my whole life. But I feel like it's bad that part of me doesn't feel bad about it. That part of me does, you know what I mean? Part of me is like, he hit me, he threw me. You just don't treat a woman like that. I was in high school and she was a convicted felon. She told me that the women that she went for cocaine. She told me that the women that she got along with in jail or prison are the women that were there because they had killed their husbands. And said that hell has no fury like a woman's scorn. Never believed it until now. And I wasn't doing anything that was mean. I was begging him to stay in the relationship and be with me because I knew that we once really loved each other. Ryan had told me that he loved me and wanted to be with me. And I guess somewhere along the way that grew to hate. He was screaming how much he hated me. I don't know if anyone will ever want to marry me if they know that I killed a boyfriend and self-defense. funny, but the stuff he was saying to me was so...
Exactly, Mermaid. She's very out there. Far, far out. For her to, think of things like this. Absolutely. Okay, thank you, Friendly.
abusive while he was throwing me around the room. I'll never forget. I think in the midst of that, my love turned to hate. I remember screaming, reaching up to grab the shirt. You, how dare you mock my family? How dare you? I wasn't doing anything that was mean. I was like begging him to stay in the relationship and be with me because I knew that we weren't really loving each other. Ryan had told me that he loved me and wanted to be with me. And I guess somewhere along the way, that grew to hate. He was screaming how much he hated me. I don't know if anyone will ever want to marry me if they know that I killed a boyfriend in self-defense. It's not funny, but the stuff he was saying to me was so abusive while he was throwing me around the room. I'll never forget.
Alright, so this was probably the top of the list for police interrogations. I had Jody on top until she came along. Oh, okay. She broke the record. Alright. The question on why... These are the two different motives here. Alright. So, prosecution argued that Herbis deleted Poston in jealous rage because he was finally ending their relationship. The breakup. Poston had repeatedly tried to end the relationship multiple times but found it difficult because Hubris would wear him down with constant texting, sometimes 50 to 100 times a day, or crying until he felt too bad to leave. Yeah, the laughing is very creepy. Yeah. Okay, Miss C, good night to you. Thank you for coming. It was nice having you. Alright, the date Miss Ohio on the night of the murder, Poston was scheduled to go on date with Audrey Bolte, Miss Ohio, in 2012. Prosecutors argued Herbis knew about this and went to his condo to stop him from moving on. Alright, premeditation. Evidence. Weeks before the shooting, she texted a friend while at a gun range saying she wanted to shoot and delete, kill Poston, and claimed it was an accident. Well, you see, when they go... Well, she has a habit of just telling everybody everything. She's just airs her laundry. Just like when the people go do their laundry back in the old days, they would have these outside lines, and they would hang it on the lines before they had dryers. And she would go, and the women were allegedly said to go and talk to each other about everything and like gossip. So that's what she likes to do. She just likes to tell everybody everything. Imagine like someone just casually talking about like you're gonna get pizza, like what Friendly was saying. Oh, I'm gonna go get myself some pizza right here. Oh, I'm just gonna go delete somebody. It's quite crazy. All right. Hers constantly maintained that she acted in self-defense during a violent physical altercation, physical attack. She told 911 and police that Poston had attacked her, thrown her into the furniture, and reached for... This is what the self-defense from abuse claims. Constantly maintained that she acted in self-defense during the violent physical altercation. Physical attack. She told 911 that police that Poston had attacked her, thrown her into the furniture, and reached for a gun. Abuse allegations. Hubers claimed Poston was controlling, abusive boyfriend who frequently belittled her and joked about pointing guns at her. Nose job comment. During her interrogation, she famously stated that because Poston was vain and wanted a nose job, she gave him his nose job by shooting him in the face. Yeah, as if it's wild. It's you see, and even if somebody is having a problem, there's other ways they could deal with it without having a issue like this, right? They people can have all kinds of ways of handling their cases, but they could just go find someone else that would value them or be in a relationship, because this just makes everybody doesn't benefit from this. You know, he's dead and she's in jail, so it doesn't really. That's why it's just best not to do these kind of things, because they have to think long term. You know, their inner peace is disrupted, and a long term goal is severed. It's compromised for both people. You know, so they're thinking about in that moment specifically, but not in general. Yeah, exactly. People can't handle themselves; they have to react. It's scary, right? Ultimately, two separate juries rejected her self-defense claim. Key evidence that worked against her included scene. Investigators found no evidence of a struggle. The apartment was tidy, and she had no significant injuries. Excessive force. She shot Poston 6 times, including shots fired while he was already on the ground twitching, which she said she did to make sure he was dead because she didn't want to watch him suffer. Her demeanor, her behavior after the shooting, dancing, singing, and making jokes in the interrogation room, struck investigators and jurors as inconsistent with someone who had just killed a loved one out of fear of their life. Right. All right. Continuing.
I think in the midst of that, my love turned to hate, and I remember screaming, reaching up to grab the shirt, and he was throwing me around the room. I'll never forget this moment. I think in the midst of that, my love turned to hate, and I remember screaming, reaching up to grab the shirt. How dare you mock my family? How dare you talk about me? Please speak poorly of my mother and my family. If I don't get any serious consequences, then I could really be happy just having a career and maybe not even ever getting married, because this is very traumatic, you know.
Hello, Aaron. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, and we are. I played the pirate game a little while ago, and we're talking about a variety of different topics, including this case right here. Hello, good to see you. And talking about Shanna. I'm probably saying the name wrong. Shayna. And she murdered her, the guy she was with, who was a lawyer, and she shot him in the face, and she was saying that it was a way of giving him his nose job that he wanted. And she was like a stalker. Like he was breaking up with her, and then she became this stalker. Yeah, the napping pirate. No, but I will bring the napping pirate back, so you could see. But this was a detour we took. Yeah, but yeah, the napping pirate was before, and he told you hello. All right, continuing.
It's very traumatic for me to live with it. I have to know that I did that to someone that I told every day, I love you. I did. Even though it hurt, I still, enough of me, loved him. That I couldn't stand to watch him twitch. I knew he was going to die or have a completely deformed face. He's very vain. One of our last conversations we had that was good was that he wants my best friend who's a dentist to do his veneers and wants to get a nose job. Just that kind of person. And I shot him right here. I gave him his nose job. He wanted. I broke it. I'm not your typical murderer. No, I'm not the one that you see on Saturday. He said, you're just a hillbilly from Kentucky. And I am. I guess the hillbilly came out of me. I took that to myself. None of it matters now. It's the worst thing I've ever done my whole life. But I feel like it's sad that part of me doesn't feel bad about it. And a part of me does, you know what I mean? Part of me is like, he hit me, he threw me. You just don't treat a woman like that. I was in high school and she was a convicted felon. She told me that the women that she went for cocaine. She told me that the women that she got along with in jail or prison are the women that were there because they had killed their husbands. And said that hell has no fury like a woman's scorn. Never believed it until now. And I wasn't doing anything that was mean. I was begging him to stay in the relationship and be with me because I knew that we once really loved each other. Ryan had told me that he loved me and wanted to be with me. And I guess somewhere along the way that grew to hate. He was screaming how much he hated me. I don't know if anyone will ever want to marry me if they know that I killed a boyfriend and self-defense. Not.
Yeah, Mermaid, that is... I'm so glad that you are at least safe and able to tell us, because that really is messed up that happened. And I hope that you have a speedy recovery and that never happens again. Facts. Don't with lashes for crying. Facts.
Not funny, but the stuff he was saying to me was so abusive while he was throwing me around the room. I'll never forget this moment. I think in the midst of that, my love turned to hate, and I remember screaming, "F*** you," reaching up to grab his shirt. "You, how dare you mock my family? How dare you?" I wasn't doing anything that was mean. I was begging him to stay in the relationship and be with me because I knew that we once really loved each other. Ryan had told me that he loved me and wanted to be with me. And I guess somewhere along the way that grew to hate. He was screaming how much he hated me.
Amen, Mermaid. I agree.
I don't know if anyone will ever want to marry me if they know that I killed a boyfriend and self-defense. It's not funny, but the stuff he was saying to me was so abusive while he was throwing me around the room. I'll never forget. Honestly. I think in the midst of that, my love turned to hate. I remember screaming, reaching up to grab the shirt. You, how dare you mock my family? How dare you talk about you think poorly of my mother and my family? If I don't get any serious consequences, that I could really be happy just having a career and maybe not even ever getting married. Because this is very traumatic, you know. It's very traumatic for me to live with it. I have to know that I did that for someone that I told every day, I love you.
I did.
Yes,
I did.
I can't believe I did that.
Oh, I absolutely agree that if you're not Jody, Casey, or Shayna, you're completely fine. The benchmark for life, right? Let's get that pirate back out. Let's get him back out. The sleepy pirate. Thank you, friendly, for that trial. We definitely need to know information. Good evening, Moki. Welcome to the stream. Always glad to see you as well. Shout out to you. Shout out to the angels. And okay, and so Amoki, we have been, well, I played the pirate game, and I'm about to also bring it back to show Aaron something in the game, and one of the one of our chat friends, friendly, was saying that this case about this similar to Jodi Arias, her boyfriend was an attorney, was a lawyer, and she went and shot him, and she wanted to. She's probably jealous because he was breaking up with her, and she was claiming self-defense, but she shot him 6 times, and she was laughing about it and talking about how, she was going to give him a nose job that she wanted by shooting him in the face. So, going to show this to you, Moki, what we were just seeing. All right, here we go.
To kill him. And so, I knew he was going to die a very slow and painful death. I knew he was already dead, within the next 20 seconds. Within the next 2 minutes, I knew he was going to be dead. And he was in a lot of pain. He was twitching, he was moaning, but he was ultimately dead. And so, I shot him enough times to kill him so that he wouldn't suffer. At that point, which was a few more times. And I shot him twice, thought he was completely dead, and he was laying there still, twitching and making noises. And I shot him in the head. I probably should have left it there, but I knew he was going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Or have a very deformed face.
And you were concerned.
And I knew, oh no, he would have died. He was already dying. He was dying. But I just walked around the table and shot him where I knew he would die immediately. And fast. His obsession with guns killed him. I would have never, I'm so Democrat, I would have never touched a gun in my life until I dated him. How sweet the sound that sings.
All right, so I'll explain who this nut bar is. All right, Shayna Hubers is a Kentucky woman currently serving a life sentence for the 2012 murder of her on again, off again boyfriend, attorney Ryan Poston. The case gained national attention due to Herber's behavior following the shooting, which included bizarre investigation video where she was seen dancing and singing. Oh, we'll look into the mental illness in a moment. Yeah. Friendly says she blamed him for death because he owned guns. I know, and then she uses a gun to shoot him. It's kind of it's silly. Where she didn't have to use one if she really believed in that. Sounded better than Arius, though. Right. Well, there you go. She won the singing contest. That's something going for her. Right. Mike Huber was my next door neighbor when we were kids living in Lexington, Kentucky. Oh, wow. Wow. By the way, I was in Lexington where my mom's aunt and uncle live, so I was in Lexington too at one time. I was visiting one time in Kentucky. Very cool place. The incident. Hubris shot 6 times in the Highland Heights. Prosecutors argued she killed him because he was ending their relationship to go date Audrey Bolte, a Miss Ohio 2012. Hubers claimed she acted in self-defense against an abusive partner. Oh, okay, understood, Mookie. Oh, he was a deek, a complete dick. Scared. Well, yeah, sounds like he was definitely from what you're saying. I see. All right. Miss Ohio 2012, Hubers claim acted self-defense against an abusive partner. Hubers was convicted of murder and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Convicted, overturned in 2016. The verdict was overturned when it was discovered that one of the jurors was convicted felon, which prohibited under Kentucky law. Retrial 2018. A second jury again found guilty of murder on October 18, 2018. She was sentenced to life in prison. Alright, Loki says I ran into him later when I was visiting Kentucky, and he was hanging out with one of my friends. It was weird. I wouldn't know we were in 3rd grade. Oh, oh yeah, that is weird indeed. Yeah. Retrial in 2018. A second jury again found her guilty of murder. On October 18, 2018, she was sentenced to life in prison. Current status: incarceration. She currently serving her life sentence in Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women. Parole eligibility. Hubers will first be eligible for parole in 2032 after serving 20 years of her life sentence. Personal life while in jail awaiting her retrial. In 2018, Hubers married a unique Taylor, formerly Richard McBee, a trans woman who was also incarcerated at the time. So, okay, that's that trial, and the Why did she do it? All right, so this is the prosecution's motive. Oh, okay, understood, Aaron. He hit me in the eye with a crab apple, and I told his mom on him. Oh, you. That's hilarious. Good job. We have Moki to will definitely tell on people's mothers when someone's acting out. That is true. Yes, indeed. It's good, and I'm glad Moki keeps people in check. That's a good thing. Prosecutors argue that Hoover's killed Poston in jealous rage because he was finally ending the relationship. Breakup. Poston had reportedly tried to end the relationship multiple times, but found it difficult because Hoover's would wear him down with constant texting, sometimes 50 to 100 times a day, or by crying until he felt too bad to leave. Yeah, go directly to the source, Mermaid, exactly. Date with Miss Ohio. On the night of the murder, Poston was scheduled to go on a date with Audrey Bolte, Miss Ohio 2012. Prosecutors argued Hubers knew about this and went to his condo to stop him from moving on. Oh, nice. Miss C's telling hello to Moki. Nice. I've got news for Guthrie case. SWAT doing something. Oh, good, Moki. I am glad to know an update about it. Yes, yes, indeed. Tell me all the updates about it. The SWAT is doing something. Okay. Oh, yeah, hopefully Judy's thawed out from all that. Uh, the tundra, the ice cold of North Pole, really, where she was at. Yeah. Oh, there's activity in the Bitcoin account. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, good. It's warming up, Missy. Yeah, it's a lot of snow that y'all had to deal with. Premeditation evidence. Weeks before the shooting, Hubers texted a friend while at a gun range saying she wanted to shoot and delete kill Poston and claimed that it was an accident. Yeah, Moki, I know about ring cameras. I on YouTube, there's noble YouTubers that have done reaction videos to those ring cameras. With the ring cameras, like especially if one is on an app, if you don't have a password to your camera, it will people on the internet can view it anywhere. Like there's websites that have these cameras and people can see everything. So and people can hack them, etc. So it's a it can be not what people think it is all the time. Oh, yes, she Judy's been making some very cool uh, things with the clothing. Yes. All right. So breakup. Poston reportedly repeatedly tried to end the relationship multiple times, but found it difficult because Hubers would wear him down, constantly texting, sometimes 50 to 100 times a day, by crying until he felt too bad to leave. The date with Miss Ohio. On the night of the murder, Poston was scheduled to go on a date with Audrey Bolte, Miss Ohio 2012. Prosecutors argued Hubers knew about this and went to his condo to stop him from moving on. All right, premeditation evidence. Weeks before the shooting, Hoover's texted a friend at a gun range and saying she wanted to shoot and delete Poston and claimed it was an accident. All right, and okay, and just saying hi to Moki and getting out tomorrow to get groceries. Okay, that is good, Missy. That's good. Moki says, Judy, Aaron and I have been waiting for you to get on IG. Got locked and loaded. Okay, yeah. Missy, yeah, we get the Instagram and they'll be able to send you some reels, which are some, interesting short videos. Right. Right. Who is constantly maintain that she acted in self-defense during a violent physical attack. She told 911 that police that Poston had attacked her, thrown her into furniture, and reached for a gun. Abuse allegations. Hoovers claimed Poston was controlling, abusive boyfriend who frequently belittled her and joked about pointing guns at her. Oh, that's good that y'all getting groceries. That's good. Hopefully it wasn't too crowded. Alright, nose job comment. During her interrogation, she famously stated that because Poston was vain and she wanted a nose job, she gave him nose job by shooting him in the face. Very crazy. Right. Misty said, "My washing machine getting fixed Friday. Dirty clothes, so many." Oh yeah, I'm sure because of when it's all snowed in. It's difficult when it's all snowed in to get somebody over to fix everything. Yeah, so I'm glad that the snow will thaw out so people could go and fix that, getting it done. Oh, you restocked your beer supply. That's good, Moki. I'm glad to know that. Also, only 2 separate juries rejected her self-defense claim. Key evidence that she worked against her included the scene. Investigators found no evidence of a struggle. The apartment was tidy and Hoovers had no significant injuries. Like I said, Judy, it sucks. It makes you feel better. I'll be at the DMV when your washing machine gets fixed. Oh. Right. Scene investigations found no evidence of a struggle. To the apartment was tidy and Hoovers had no significant injuries. Excessive force. Hoovers shot Poston 6 times, including shots fired while he was already on the ground, twitching, which she said she did to make sure he was dead because she did not want to watch him suffer, but she really wanted to see him suffer technically. Oh, you have to do the title and regression of Mike's car. Oh, okay. Registration of Mike's car. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. That is really a sad situation indeed. I I'm sure there's lots of memories with him in there. Her demeanor, her behavior after the shooting, dancing, singing, and making jokes in the interrogation room struck investigators and jurors as inconsistent with someone who had just deleted a loved one fear of her life. Okay, Aaron, I'm going to show you some of the pirate game. Let's see. Person detained for questioning. Oh, okay. Okay. In a certain case, let's see. That's really groundbreaking. Let's see. Wow, that's creepy. They have masks on. All right, let's switch to the other window to see what's going on with this case. All right. Okay, let's see this right here.
Work.
That's an ad, but we're going to turn the ad off. And let's see the surveillance footage right here. It's going to go out in a moment.
Has just released an actual video, and we're looking at it now. Ed and Jake, are you able to see what he's doing?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. So, FBI Director Kash Patel just 2 minutes ago released new images. One of them is just another. Two of them are images, still images of this assailant walking up to Nancy Guthrie's front door. But then the videos, one of them has him holding his glove over the Nest camera and then walking backward and getting a tool or a rock.
No, it's not a tool.
What is he getting?
It looks like he goes back. He goes back out from the porch and grabs some shrubbery off the ground or grass
he's grabbing
or something.
shrubbery. Okay.
And it looks like he was trying to cover the.
Oh, he's
ring
trying
camera.
to block the Nest camera. Okay,
So it looks
I
like
see.
he's trying to.
And that's the second image, the second video, I should say, of him taking this shrubbery, these plants from the yard and trying to block the camera.
Yeah, you see, that's very creepy. They're wearing these masks. And they were completely out of hand here with this. It's very evil of actions, and that's them blocking the camera out. Yeah. All right, continuing.
And so at some point he gives up on that and then just decides
And then he
to
just
take the
decides to
camera.
take the camera altogether. But while he was doing that, the camera was indeed recording, and because of the work the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff, working with the private sector, working presumably with the folks behind these Nest cameras, they were able to get this video. And we're almost 10 days into this missing persons case, but it has.
Oh yeah, that's right, Mermaid. Yeah, the Epstein Ranch is in your state, and Mermaid, there is a lot of the creating the babies and some of the genetics research stuff that they were doing. Epstein was doing happened in your state too. It's a very crazy what they were doing over there. It's over at that ranch. All right, so here we go. Here's the latest. I have to. I'm going to change this thing right here real quick. Let's go to the settings, and right there. Let's do Guthrie. Law enforcement officials have detained a person for questioning in the Nancy Guthrie case. Based on investigative leads, a law enforcement official familiar with investigation tells CNN officials stress that the person has not been charged. New video. There's been an uptick in calls to law enforcement since doorbell camera footage that showed a masked, armed person was released shortly after the footage was shared today. Show how Savannah Guthrie posted a new message from her family saying they believed their mother is still alive. On the CNN channel, Laura will host a live 1 hour special, The Search for Nancy Guthrie, CNN Access. Okay, so let's see what the updates are from them. Authorities questioning person in contact with disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, officials say. Yeah, I'm just reading this this CNN coverage of Guthrie's case. Yeah, I'm just definitely my own business. Chat. I don't know what's going on there, but on my planet, I'm not as familiar with things on Earth. I've seen a lot of mustache episodes on different shows, and some of my friends will talk about mustaches recently. So, yeah, it seems to be the trend right now. All right, Missy, understood. All right, authorities questioning person in connection with disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, officials say. No, Guthrie, rather. Okay, he's live now. Okay, thanks, Missy. Pima County Sheriff's Department deputies and FBI have detained a person for questioning only in Nancy's case based on investigative leads. A law enforcement official familiar with the investigation tells CNN. The official stressed that the person has not been charged. The individual was located south of Tucson. Guthrie, who has been missing for 10 days, was last seen at her Tuscan home on January 31, causing local and national law enforcement to work around the clock to find her. All right, ex-FBI agents break down Guthrie surveillance footage. Video released today by FBI could hold the keys to solving the case of disappearance of Guthrie. Former FBI special agent, CNN senior correspondent Josh Campbell breaks down what law enforcement could learn. How Google played a key role in recovering the video from Nancy Guthrie's cameras. A major breakthrough in Nancy Guthrie's case largely came down to Google's technical expertise. A person familiar with investigation told CNN. The mother of today's host, Savannah Guthrie disappeared over a week ago in Arizona, but earlier today, authorities revealed footage of a masked, armed person outside her door the day she went missing after initially saying the video was not able to be recovered. Engineers at Google, which owns Next, were able to recover data from several days ago. Okay, Miss C, understood. The task was so technically complex that investigators didn't know if it would be successful. A source said, an FBI official said on X that Bureau released images within hours of obtaining them. What has the new FBI images revealed to law enforcement experts? The FBI released several photos and videos recovered from Nancy Guthrie's Nest-made doorbell camera that shows an armed, masked individual, one piece of evidence that can tell a larger story. The new images can offer investigators important clues about the subject's identity, including how the person dressed, how they walked, and other important details that could help find them. Shots Mary Toodles. Yeah, the person detained. We read that here. All right, there has been activity in the Bitcoin account attached to reported ransom letters. Right, Bitcoin account attached to the purported ransom letter sent to various news outlets has seen activity, TMZ founder Harvey Levin said Tuesday. I can only tell you we have seen activity in account, Levin told CNN's Aaron Burnett without elaborating. Tuscan TV station KJUN9 also reported the recent activity and indicated there's less than 300 in the account. Right, exactly, Aaron. It really is. Yeah, it's like some heist from the 20s or something where they have a ransom. It's wild. Yeah. TMZ is one of the 3 outlets that received alleged ransom notes in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Investigators looking to extract even the littlest details from new video analyst says the newly released surveillance video from Nancy front door offer a new trove of information to investigators, including some details that could help track the case. The person is seen in video bent over, walking across the square floor tiles in the door. These tiles can help FBI determine the subject exact shoe size, while as Zen's formerly NYPD hostage interrogator and homicide detectives They will take his footprint, his footsteps, and they'll be able to measure the length width of the foot compared to the length width of the tile, because all the tiles are the same, Zines says. Next, investigators are likely trying to figure out what devices a person had when they got to the house. Casey Jordan, a criminologist and behavioral analyst, said it appears that there could be a cell phone in a person's pocket, as seen in the video. Even if the phone was off, investigators will be able to use the video's timestamp to see what devices were in the area before and after that time. They can zero in on all the devices pinging off the cell tower and try to narrow it down to cell phone numbers that may not belong in the area. Or if they belong in the area, who do they belong to? They belong to somebody who might fit his description, Jordan said. You can be sure they're working on that right now, she said. Neighbor of Annie Guthrie says law enforcement asked to inspect outside property. Let's see here. Lorenzo Jensen, a neighbor of Nancy's daughter Annie, said law enforcement came by to ask to look around outside his property. Jensen lives behind Annie's property, which is said he didn't know was hers until recently. The only other time law enforcement came to his home was about 5 or 6 days ago, when FBI agents were canvassing the neighborhood and asked if he heard anything, Jensen said. Yeah, I agree to not give away much in their investigation. That is a good idea. Alright, thick foliage and secluded lots make it harder for cameras to capture street, neighbor says. Alright. The thick desert foliage and secluded lots in the neighborhood where Nancy Guthrie lives makes it difficult for many people's cameras to capture the street, said Jeff Lame, her neighbor. The lots are approximately an acre, but not only are they large, but as you noted, the foliage and the cactus, a catera, the scrub, it's very dense. He told CNN's Jake Tapper, our camera, for example, captures the front of our yard, but not the roadway, just because of the distance, so it captures a country yard and nothing beyond that, and that's not atypical. The neighborhood is considered very safe, and there were often people jogging or walking their dogs at 10 or 11 p.m., he said, adding to this incident is very unusual occurrence. All right, and that's the update for now. Okay. Shout out to the spaceship cats. I want to show this sleepy pirate again. All right, let's see. Okay, and the game is loading. Okay, they haven't arrested anyone. Okay. Oh, just detained for questioning. Okay, thank you. All right, and it's starting up. That's good. All right, here's the pirate, the sleepy pirate, right there. Oh yeah, pizza's a good yeah. Uh, yeah, pizza's good to have. Not the kind of not the type of pizza the elites get. We don't want their pizza. That's disturbing. But the pizza that us regular people eat is good. And Moki, where do you usually get your pizza from? Just curious, because I know there's the round table place that you've talked about before. I think that serves pizza. As I'm more used to the chains, so I was curious where you usually get pizza from. Oh yes, you are correct, Moki. It's not about right versus left. It's about spiritual warfare, because it's and they use the right versus left to divide people. And I think it is absolutely wild what they do with trying to mess with people like that, because it's the force is good versus evil, but they say right versus left because they want to try to convince people something is true when it isn't. Like they're just thinking, oh, it's right versus left, but no, it's good versus evil. Yeah. Okay. Sabat Tion's local round table chain. Domino's or Little Caesars if feeling cheap. Okay. I think Domino's. Okay, Domino's is what I usually get. That's what, and their pizzas are delicious. Like when I go to my friend's house to go play. Like this is like back in high school. I go to his friend's house to play video games and chill, sleep over. And we get a Domino's pizza. It was always very good, and we would get those cheese filled bread things. Very good. Oh, I remember the Domino's one time. Now we have to choose a different server because the pirate server was clogged up. Let's see. Yeah, so one time with Domino's, I don't know what happened. We were walking to Domino's because it was very close, and when we went to, my friend and his girlfriend got into a fight, and for some reason we couldn't get into Domino's. We had to go through a drive-through or something. I don't remember exactly what the reason was, but we went back, and I went and scolded them when they were fighting. Then my friends, yeah, a friend to my friend's mom came and brought me to the Domino's, and he's like, "Let's go get some pizza." And we're sitting in line for a very long time, and he's like, "It's good that, be glad that I like you, that I sit in this line all this time." I'm like, yeah, thanks. And we got lots of pizza and brought it back, and my friend apologized. It was all good, but yeah, that was a interesting Domino story I had. All right, if using DoorDash though, I'd prefer getting something that doesn't deliver, but then I'm like, and then except for Slotsky's, I've done it before. Okay, I could DoorDash White Castle from Fairmont Street. I've done it before. Okay, yeah. You have a lot of different options there, and that's always cool to have. And I've not used DoorDash before, but it's something that I need to try at some point. And yeah, it's funny, Loki. So I like to be filled in about that. All right, this is the nice pink sky. Very beautiful. Okay, and Mermaid says, we tried Cheddar's on my birthday and you had it before, Oki. It's good and affordable. Like I said, tomorrow Wednesday though, chicken tacos that I paid too much for, and Roberto's last time. Daughter doesn't like them though. Oh. No, I haven't. We're going to Chili's Friday, kind of lame, but everyone likes it. Oh, okay, nice. Where did Aaron go? She looks like she must be lurking somewhere in the back. Oh, there's the moon. Nice. I have one, but it's up north. It's across the lake. Which whenever I'm across the lake again, I'll go by it. Aaron, please come to the front desk of the spaceship. Transmission off. All right, so I sent a vocal transmission. Scared. My mermaid said, first they give you some creamy biscuit to start as an appetizer. They didn't charge, and then I got to bacon burger with baked potatoes for a side. And Marco's got a mean and was 2035. Okay. Oh no, I was surprised we haven't on here myself. Yeah. Because the sleepy pirate is roaming around the Caribbean again. I tried that new cheeseburger at Applebee's. It was pretty good. Oh, that's good. Where I live, there's a conflict between people get offended at me with the going to the chains because the food in my city is very well known. But I do like chains because when growing up, I was at so many different types of local restaurants, let's say, and I was at these lots of Japanese food too. That's why the the chains are like exotic to me, fascinating to me because I didn't really go to them that much. Oh, there she is. Erin says, "Guys, I'm dying. I put my kid to bed and was warming my bed up with my blow dryer. Just remember, I'm the nerd you talk to every day." Okay, Miss C, thank you, and update us if you find anything new. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, okay. Okay, is fast. Ain't nobody got time for healing blanket. Oh, that is hilarious. If you haven't had Swish Chalet, get out there right now. Oh, absolutely. Oh, your cat is your heater. Yes, mine is too. You're nice to old ladies. Right. Yeah, that's true. We do. Yeah. That looks good. That's a nice place. Alrighty. Alright, this is the sleepy pirate fighting an alligator. Oh yes, the fog. Yeah, the fog. Oh, by the way, it's me foggy where I am tonight. Again. Oh, so about me with trials. Yeah, so I have been exploring a lot on YouTube and looking at the Epstein files. So my schedule's so different now. I'm not at the trials as much as I used to be. But yes, I have been watching recent trials have been on. The dude from 2001 and the Mansion murder trial I've been looking at. And I'll even see them early in the morning, and chat will tell me hello, and they're glad to see me. That is. So I do go to trial chat still, and I like to talk to the chat there. We're still cool, and I've been keeping up with it, but just not like how I did before because of other things that I've been focusing on. But yeah, the those are the ones I've been keeping up with. So the thing I've been focusing on is Epstein for now. And also, I was in a chat room earlier with some other people early this morning talking about aliens. Okay, Monkey, understood. Oh, there's a new one. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. You said I pretty much get northern now. Oh, okay. I do see some people talk to you, and but it doesn't matter what they think. I think you are awesome, amazing, and contrary to what anyone thinks, I think that you did excellent work for this channel. And especially the links you sent me are really cool too. Hokie said, Aaron, I'm totally sending Judy hot firefighter reels. Alright. Scared. Alright, gonna fight this zombie pirate right here. Scared. Yes, Mermaid, I'm glad that you do say hi to everyone. That is very cool. Yes, you do. Yeah, just people take the internet too seriously. It seems, at times. I think. But as I said, and with trials, just to let you all know, the reason why I did the trials was because people kept requesting me to go at trials. Like after Johnny Depp trial, people want me to keep going, but I personally was after Johnny Depp. I was fine with leaving, but and even now, still, they wanted me there now, which is cool. And but as I said, there's other things that I'm also focusing on with Epstein and other explorations on YouTube. So I'm not there as frequently, but I do check on there periodically. I like to make sure my chat friends are doing well. Understood, Moki, and I definitely do agree with you. Yes. It's a they've been reunited. The rebellious trials was reintegrated into the spaceship, but the divide still remains. Right. But as I said, I've malice towards no one, and I wish everybody the best, and everybody to do as best as possible. Yes, yes. You do see me, mermaid, do that. Absolutely. Right. I mean, I will say that teamwork is very important, and our little group that's here, I think, I'm proud of all of you. And like as I said, going back to the OGs of the channel, to the y'all now, I think that it's of I credit Moki with like helping the channel boost it to getting its monetization range. Although the regulars, I mean the originals, and to now everyone helped that came here. She definitely did very good at helping the ship blast off to new heights. Oh, Mermaid said, Alien be calling one dude a team neutral something. It's hilarious. I mean, be cursing and all when watching Ice Riots, MFAO ending trolls. And I've gone to SNS smoking scan sometimes, but I never know what's going on. Yeah, shout out to, I've been knowing a very cool channel. Yeah. All kinds of stuff goes on. It's like a wild episode. Every single time, like something new's happening every single time. Yeah. I know, Aaron. It's fascinating to me about that. And shout out to those lurkers, are are dissatisfied trial chatters, uh, let's say, and dissatisfied lurkers, and the lurkers that are also satisfied. Yeah, they still watch, and I don't completely understand, but it's everybody's welcome. They never were not welcome. Yeah, and it's a you could say we have a dysfunctional family, a dysfunctional family. It would be a great it would be the biggest hit on TLC and all the other places on cable. We would the Sister Wives show would be uh, we would beat that show too. Yeah. Fun, but just saw a meme and Alien were there, and it was ending Super Bowl in Seattle, and these guys all came on, chat, attacked each other, beat each other because it was. Oh, we were watching the end of the Super Bowl, and the people just started having cat fights in the streets, just brawling out. It was crazy. That was some wild, it was crazy stuff going on. Yeah, wow, yeah, I remember that. It's just one day morning where we have night. One either way, it's so scary. Yeah, scared. Are y'all watching the Olympics? I haven't really watched some of the opening ceremonies. Didn't think it did anything satanic until I saw that day. Yeah, I remember that you sent me that Moki where we thought that the Olympics were being based, but instead they were having war with each other. I mean, they're not war with each other. They're having war against Christianity with the satanic symbolism. Like, you don't have to involve any religion in it. Maybe the Greek or Roman mythology that it came from, but you don't have to mention uh, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, or Satanism, or Buddhism. It just is off topic. Like, just stick to the topic of the Olympics. It's either no religion or some religion with the religion of the ancient pagan Romans. Honestly, interests are all over the place, but spending my days water painting with my aunt, and midnight Midwest safety body cam vids. That sounds like the life, indeed. Yes. Yeah, facts. Water painting's hard, very unforgiving. Oh, I did water painting back in class. I mean, back in art class, and I used to do it for fun sometimes too. This is a swamp, a bog. That's what this is. The reason why it's like watery and foggy, but really those cypress trees, you see that's moss hanging off the trees. Yeah, this is a swamp. Like there is a tree in my backyard 100 years ago that was just like this right here. The trunk of it survived, and I used it. True. I used it for. My grandpa destroyed the old cypress trunk. It didn't need to be there. I mean, it should be there, but it wasn't there. Whatever, it's okay. And I used the wood for storage. Like I still have the wood, and it's a good wood. Cypress wood, by the way, is flood resistant. Thanks, Moki. Yes, yeah, the voodoo lady. She's right here, actually. Um, okay, so Mookie says, in the morning, coffee, send out my reels to Alien, Aaron daughter, and then work on a quest, and I might check in a trial, then read Bible because it makes me feel better. Oh, amen. The scripture will fill you with the Spirit. Absolutely. It's like watering a plant. It's a light in a darkness. Oh, this is okay. Uh, what's her name? I know her name, of course. I see her every day. Okay, Mermaid. Actually, this is not where the voodoo lady is. This is a different island. But you see, this is the voodoo dude right here. You see this guy? Like, watch this. I'm gonna fight him. We'll go to the voodoo lady in a moment. Oh yeah, I used to check mail when it was real late, because of the trials. But I understand. All right, that was quick. All right, look at that. You see, what's mermaid? Right there. You see, that's like some stars, and that's the moon coming out of the bog. All right. All right. Now we're gonna go to Cuba. All right, here's Cuba. We're gonna go to that voodoo lady. I'm getting routine videos of oh boy, moving in the car wreck, changing my life, and a little in a bad way, and then stuff with my son. Okay. Oh yeah, understood. Understood. All right, this is the swamp where the voodoo lady is. All right, here's the swamp lady, the voodoo lady right there. Yes, exactly, exactly. It's like a castle. It's like a castle, a fortress. Passion always had the idea of us being in a castle, and this is the castle. Yeah. That's why I like it to be cool here, calm here, like it is. We watch a narcoleptic pirate and maybe some lunatic singing in an interrogation. Exactly. Facts. I'm talking to Sam. He's someone I play with in the game. I haven't seen in a very long time. Oh, okay, Moki. Well, I that's very kind of you to say. And as I said, I mean, you said this channel got did very cool, and you always had my back, Moki, and stuck up for me. And I always care about my friends, all of them that I've known, and especially you and the regulars. All right. I'm not on Imagine Mood Swings. Just ask Moki. She knows how much my cute little. Oh, I was scared. Scared. Aaron. Scared. Oh yeah, this is a super good group. This has to be the #1 chat group I know. Everyone. Oh well, thank you, Mermaid. I really appreciate that very much. Understood, Moki. Thank you for your thoughts on the matter. Hello, 666. It's been a while since we've seen you here. Hope you're doing. Hope you've been doing all right. Thank you for coming through. All right. Let's see. I don't think. Have I seen the circle? Let's see. No, I think I saw parts of the circle, but I've not seen the whole thing. I've seen parts of it. All right, let's go here. Okay, so that was the voodoo lady in the game. Okay, so this is other parts of Cuba. Oh, okay, that's very interesting. Similar to like us, right? Nice. Okay. Hilarious. Oh, you're getting a censored scared. Well, that is due to the YouTube algorithms, uh, and those darn YouTube algorithms censoring people is cringe. Scared. Timu censorship. Oh, there was a in Canada. Okay, I wasn't aware. Thanks to the update. All right, let's see what that's about right now. All right, let's see what this is. At least 9 dead in mass shooting at school and home in Canada, police say. All right, at least 9 people have been deleted at high school and residential property in Canada province of British Columbia, police said Thursday, in one of the country's deadliest mass shootings in decades. Police responded to reports of an active shooter at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School around 1:20 Tuesday local time. Around 1:20 p.m. Tuesday local time, where we're going to exit this window, where they found 6 people deleted and dozens injured, according to a statement from Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Another person was deleted, died while being transported to hospital, the RCPM said. The suspected shooter was also found deceased with what appears to be a self-inflicted injury, according to the statement. It was sold to LC. Wow. Scared. Scared. Actually, my family who left today lived in Tumblr a couple years ago. Oh, okay, understood. Oh, okay, thank you, 666. Another person died while being transported to the hospital. The suspected shooter was also found deceased with what appears to be self-inflicted injury, according to the statement. Two victims have been airlifted to hospital with serious or life-threatening injuries. About 25 other people with non-threatening injuries are being treated at a local medical center, in police said. Yes, prayers for Canada, absolutely. 2 additional people were found deleted in residents believed to be connected to the incident, police said in a statement. Officers are conducting further searches of additional homes, properties to determine whether anyone else may be injured or otherwise linked to today's event, the statement said. The 2 additional people were found deleted, residents believed connected to the incident, police statement. All right, let's change this right here. Two additional people were found deleted at a residence believed to be connected to incident, police said in a statement. Woman in dress shoots up school. I wonder where the gun came from. Probably hunting rifle. Those are legal. They're right. It's only about homeschooling right now. Yeah, glad that you're doing homeschooling. Yeah, definitely. But it was a man. Oh, okay. It was really a man. Hunting rifles are legal in Canada, and they're strictly regulated. Officers are conducting further searches of additional homes and properties to determine whether anyone else may be injured or otherwise linked to today's events, the statement said. Yes, the Canadian one. Right, yeah. Tumber Ridge is a rural town of about 2,400 people at the base of the Rocky Mountains in West Canada, around 680 kilometers, 422 miles from U.S. border. Mass shootings are extraordinarily rare in Canada, which has much stricter gun laws than U.S. According to the Small Arms Research Project, there are 121 firearms for every 100 residents in the U.S. compared to an estimated 100 residents in the U.S. compared to 35 guns per residence in Canada. Yep, it's very heartbreaking, Mermaid. Absolutely. Police do not believe there is any ongoing threat to the public. An earlier emergency alert asking the public to shelter in place was lifted at 5:45 p.m. local time. Tumber Ridge Secondary School has 175 students from grades 1 to 7 to 12, according to Province website. Due to the tragic event that unfolded in the community of Tumber Ridge today, Tumber Ridge Secondary School and Tumber Ridge Elementary School will be closed for the rest of the week, a notice on the website says. Exactly, Marie. That's what it is for sure. Canada formerly usually classes end between 3 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., but schools often remain hubs of activity long after the final bell. All right, 5 p.m. extracurricular activities. High schools are primarily venues of sports and arts. At 5 p.m., you would typically sports practice, baseball, volleyball, hockey teams often practice until 5:30 to 6 p.m. Oh, okay, Aaron. Thank you. It's the woman with brown hair. Okay. Clubs and rehearsals, drama departments, band practice. Clubs frequently meet after school. Yeah, it seems to be 666, and that's usually what these school shooters like to do is target the uh, athletes. Yeah, because of the popularity. Many Canadian schools host community-run after-school programs out of school care. These provide a supervised environment for students until their parents finish work, usually ending around 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. Teachers and administrative staff rarely leave when the student what students do. Many say late to grade assignments, prepare for the next day lessons, or attend staff meetings. Yeah, bullying is a possibility. Yes. community hubs. Smaller towns like Tumber Ridge, the local secondary school often serves as a community center for the gymnasiums. Our meeting rooms are frequently rented out to local organizations or adult sports leagues in late afternoon and evenings. Victims of the Tumber Ridge shooting have not been officially released. Two victims were found deleted at home in the community that police believe is directly connected to the school shooting. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That's more than like a. It has to be a powerful firearm to do that. RCMP Keen Floyd stated that investigators are still working to determine the connection between the shooter and the victims. Early reports suggest the attack did not appear to target any specific individuals and may have been random. This remains a part of a large investigation. Yes, very well said, 666. Absolutely. Oh, that is crazy. That is insane, Aaron. Wow. Definitely. Kids need to be protected. All right, thank you, 666, for the news. We need to hear about it. Okay. What else? According to official emergency alert statements, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the suspect found dead at this scene was described as a female. An active shooter sent to residents' phones described the suspect as female and a dress with brown hair. Aaron said they had to tell parents they had to hold and secure, but it was 3-hour lockdown. Friend got texts her daughters saying, "Love you." I was bawling when I found out. That is terrible. Yeah. That would have been enough to pull my kid, but everyone has gone back to normal. It was only last week. Yeah. I definitely would feel the same way, Aaron. Police confirmation. RCMP sub. Alright. 6 says, I'm going to head out. Nice seeing you all again. Sorry I hadn't be on the share bad news. I will talk to you guys soon. Tired night. I'll see you soon. Thank you, 6. Have a good evening. And thank you for coming by and letting us know what happened. Alright. Peace. Please confirmation. The RCMP Ken Floyd confirmed that the individual found deleted inside the high school from an apparent self-inflicted injury was same person described in the alert. Ongoing verification. While the RCMP has identified the shooter, they had declined to release a name, age, and specific student status at the time, so I need to protect the integrity of the investigation. Notify the next Ken. Investigators are still working to determine suspect acted alone or if there was any secondary involvement. Shelter in place has been lifted as they believe there is no further threat to the public. Wow, that is catastrophic. Yes, Jesus needs to come back as soon as possible. Indeed. Okay, understood, Mermaid. But if you do, I'll look forward to seeing it. Yeah, that's laughter is the greatest medicine. That's something that is very true. Is that will be the cure to pretty much, in my opinion, most anything. Oh, this is a ship that's floating around at sea. Okay, let's see. Nope. Looks like it's not public anymore. Well, they didn't let me board, so I had to board my own. Scared. That is a nice sunset on the Caribbean, right? Okay, now I'm gonna play the Maxwell part. Got diamonds. That's good. Well, that's good. That's good. Watch something funny. I like that. I'm not gonna play the Maxwell. It's hard. Yeah, I think everybody's going through hard times. It's a crazy world we're in right now. All right, this is through jungle areas. Let's see. I agree, Aaron. Very true. No, yeah, it's still under investigation. They haven't released that information yet. All right, gonna watch the Maxwell deposition now. Okay, here we go. Other window.
Ghislaine Maxwell, conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 22nd, 2025, the Subcommittee on Government Operations of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to Ghislaine Maxwell for a deposition. On July 23rd, 2025, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell. I will enter the subpoena and corresponding cover letter as Exhibit 1. I will enter as Exhibit 2 a letter dated July 29th, 2025 from David Oscar Marcus, counsel for Ms. Maxwell, stating in short that his client would invoke her Fifth Amendment rights and request for the deposition to occur after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition. I will enter as Exhibit 3 a letter dated August 1st, 2025 from Chairman Comer to David Oscar Marcus, stating that the committee would continue its good faith negotiations and postpone Ms. Maxwell's deposition pending the resolution of her Supreme Court petition. I will enter as Exhibit 4 a letter dated January 20th.
Statement. So members of the committee, on your questions, she must remain silent because Ms. Maxwell has a habeas petition currently pending that demonstrates her conviction rests on a fundamentally unfair trial. For example, jurors lied during voir dire to secure seats on the jury, and the government promised immunity and then broke that promise. Newly discovered documents now demonstrate these facts conclusively. If this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there is a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide a complete account, and some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation. Thank you, members of the committee, for having us today. Ms. Maxwell can now proceed to answer her questions with the Fifth Amendment. Thank you.
And the witness, please state her name and spell her last name for the record.
Ghislaine Noel Marion Maxwell, Maxwell.
Thank you. My name is Jack Emmer, and I am the Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman Comer. Under the Committee on Oversight.
Yeah, and Oki says that Moki's saying that some people on X are saying it's not actually Maxwell. Interesting. I haven't heard about that theory yet. They got an imposter to do it, you're saying? Okay.
I heard that too.
Mary Toodles heard about it too. Yeah, I rebuke it too, Aaron and Moki. Wright said, I thought Epstein was masked and not him. The interview of him, like his last interview, but if you listen to the recordings, it's his voice. I don't know. It's tough to tell what's really happening. Yeah, Mermaid, there's lots of smoke and mirrors. We don't always know for sure, and that's why we're going to eventually crack the code, because, yeah, it may not be, and thanks for your commentary about the Epstein one. I'll do the Epstein interview on another stream. That's one I do want to review. Oh, listen. Wait, we said... Yes, okay, understood.
And government reforms rules, you are allowed to have a counsel present to advise you during this deposition. You have a counsel representing you in a personal capacity present with you today.
Correct.
Will counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Go ahead, Leah. You can go first.
Leah Safian, LeahSaffian.
Thank you, Jack. This is David Marcus here, and my colleague Melissa Madrigal is also present.
Thank you. For the record, starting with the majority staff, can the additional staff members please introduce themselves with their name, title, and affiliation? Starting with the majority, can members of Congress please identify themselves for the record?
James Comer, Chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Andy Biggs, Arizona, 15th Congressional District.
Williamson in South Carolina 4th Congressional District.
Melanie Stanford, Congresswoman, New Mexico's first congressional district.
I, Raja Krishnamurthy, Illinois 8th District. James Walkinshaw, Virginia's 11th District. Suhas Silverline, Virginia's 10th District. Ro Khanna, California 17th District.
Robert Garcia, Ranking Member, Oversight.
Thank you all. Ms. Maxwell, before we begin, I would like to go over the ground rules for this deposition. The questioning will proceed in rounds. The majority will ask questions for an hour, and then the minority will have an opportunity to ask questions for an hour if they choose. To the extent members have questions for the witness, they will be propounded during their side's respective rounds. The clock will stop if you need to confer with counsel, your counsel is speaking, and when members or staff are speaking during the opposing side's rounds of questions. We will alternate back and forth until there are no more questions. Do you understand?
I do.
There is a court reporter taking down everything I say and everything you say to make a written record for the interview. For the record to be clear, please wait until the staffer questioning you finishes each question before you begin your answer, and the staffer will wait until you finish your response before proceeding to the next question. Further, to ensure the court reporter can properly record this deposition, please speak clearly, concisely, and slowly. Also, the court reporter cannot record nonverbal answers such as nodding or shaking your head. So it is important that you answer each question with an audible verbal answer. Do you understand?
I do.
We had a member just join. Can they identify themselves for the record? Thank you. Exhibits may be entered into the record. Majority exhibits will be identified numerically. Minority exhibits will be identified alphabetically. Do you understand?
I do.
We want you to answer our questions in the most complete and truthful manner possible, so we will take our time. If you have any questions or do not fully understand the question, please let us know. We will attempt to clarify, add context to, or rephrase our questions. If we ask about specific conversations or events in the past and you are unable to recall the exact words or details, you should testify to the substance of those conversations or events to the best of your recollection. If you recall only a part of a conversation or event, you should give us your best recollection of those events or parts of conversations that you do recall. Do you understand?
I do.
You are required by law to answer questions from Congress truthfully. This also applies to questions posed by congressional staff in this deposition. Do you understand?
I do.
If at any time you knowingly make false statements, you could be subject to criminal prosecution, including...
Okay, Aaron, good night to you. Thank you for coming. And have a... see you later. Have a good evening. Thank you. Yeah, the picture on the wall was very, very weird. I've seen it before. Yeah, right there.
But not limited to perjury. Do you understand?
I do.
This includes both knowingly providing false testimony, but also stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. Do you understand?
I do.
Furthermore, you cannot tell half-truths or exclude information necessary to make statements accurate. You are required to provide all information that would make your response truthful. A deliberate failure to disclose information can constitute as a false statement. Do you understand?
I do.
Is there any reason you are unable to provide truthful testimony in today's interview?
Well, as you know, she's going to take the Fifth Amendment. So that's our caveat to that question.
Please note that if you wish to assert a privilege or any statement today, that assertion must comply with the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Pursuant to that, Committee Rule 16C1 states, For the chair to consider assertions of privilege over testimony or statements, witnesses or entities must clearly state the specific privilege being asserted and the reason for the assertion on or before the scheduled date of testimony or appearance. For the purposes of the deposition, objections must be stated concisely and in a non-argumentative and non-suggestive manner. If the witness refuses to answer a question to preserve a privilege, the committee may seek a ruling from the chair. If the chair overrules any such objection, the witness shall be ordered to answer. If the witness continues to refuse to answer a question despite being ordered to do so, the witness may be subject to sanction. Do you understand?
I do.
Ordinarily, we take a 5-minute break at the end of each hour of questioning, but if you need a longer break or a break before that, please let us know and we will be happy to accommodate. However, to the extent that there is a pending question, we would ask that you finish answering the question before we take the break. Do you understand?
I do.
Finally, I will note for everyone here today that the contents of what we discussed in the deposition today is confidential under the House deposition regulation. Under the rules, the chairman and ranking member, minority members shall consult before any release of testimony or transcripts, including portions thereof. This means it is a violation of House committee rules to disclose the contents of the deposition prior to its official release. For this reason, the marked exhibits that we will use today will remain with the court reporter so that they can go into the official transcript, and any copies of those exhibits will be kept at the table or returned to us when we wrap up. Can the reporter please swear in the witness?
You solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Madam Court Reporter, we could not hear you well, and I'm sure Ms. Maxwell could not hear you. I don't know if there's a way to give the court reporter a mic so that, thank you very much.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Maxwell, do you have any questions before we begin?
I do not.
The time reads 10:14 and the majority's time will begin now. Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, have you ever coerced, directed, or otherwise instructed any young woman or girl to provide sexual favors to Mr. Epstein or any other individual?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you and Jeffrey Epstein attempt to surround yourselves with influential individuals to curry favor and shield yourselves from potential scrutiny?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, can you please provide us with all the names of other additional co-conspirators to the crimes perpetuated by you and Jeffrey Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, is it your intention to answer every question put to you by the committee today with the assertion of your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
The answer to that is yes also. So just as her lawyer, I'll tell you, yes, that's her intention.
Does the minority wish to ask any questions? We will go off the record.
We can go back on the record. Good morning, Ms. Maxwell. My name is
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is and I just have a few questions on behalf of the minority as well. At any point during your personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, were you aware that Mr. Epstein was sexually abusing minors and adult women?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Have you ever facilitated the sexual abuse of any minor or adult?
This petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Have you ever facilitated the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman by Mr. Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Have you ever participated in the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Are you aware of Donald Trump ever engaging in sexual activity with an individual introduced to him by you or Jeffrey Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Okay. It appears that the committee will not receive substantive answers from you at this deposition. So at this point, I'd like to enter into the record as minority exhibits A and B, letters that the committee has received from survivors of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell's abuse. These letters speak to the survivors' horrific experiences and to their desires for transparency, accountability, and justice in this investigation. We hope for their sake that we are ultimately able to get the answers that they deserve and that we were unable to get here today. Finally, I'd like to enter into the record as Minority Exhibit C, a letter from Representative Ro Khanna dated February 8th, 2026. And with that, we can go off the record.
We'll go back on the record. Ms. Maxwell, considering your invocation of your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination pursuant to the terms of the subpoena, you are excused.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Chairman Comer. Appreciate you.
Yeah, she certainly is a parrot. It shows how guilty she is, and but Todd has breaking news. A medical helicopter has taken off at Rico, Arizona to pick up an elderly woman with a heart condition. It is believed to report it that it's Nancy Guthrie. More to follow. Thank you, Todd, for that. All right. Let's see. So I was going to talk about astronomy, so go there. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, something about astronomy I want to mention, because that was part of the title. It is right here. Orion's belt, which is a belt that I see, in fall, serves primarily celestial point of location for the constellation Terius, and is deeply intertwined with it between astronomy and mythology. Oh, you see the chopper stuff now. Okay, that's good. In the night sky, Orion's belt acts as a cosmic signpost to find Terius by drawing an imagery line through 3 stars of the belt and extending it upward and right the northern hemisphere. You will be pointed directly to the Aldebaran, the brightest star in Terrace, often called the Eye of the Bull. The Hades, the V-shaped star cluster that forms the face of the bull. The Pleiades. If you continue following the same line further, you will reach the famous Seven Sister star cluster, which sits on the star of Terrace. The Pleiades. Let's see. Right pronunciation, because I pronounced it right before, but I don't really remember. So let's see. Let's go here. The Pleiades. Alright, that's what it's called, the Pleiades. Alright. Mythological relationship. Across the different cultures, the belt's position relative to Terius tells a story of pursuit or protection. Alright, we got some more breaking news coming in. The FBI is now releasing the identity of Bitcoin account tied to ransom note, an electrical contractor who did work at the Guthrie house in January. Wow. Absolutely. Definitely. It's a worrying situation. Greek mythology, Orion is often depicted as a hunter facing off against Tyrrheus, the bull. Some versions, the bull is placed there by Artemis to block Orion from the chasing of Pleiades, the 7 sisters whom he pursued for 7 years. Hearing so much news at once, worried and worried. Okay, the world is amplifying again and again. Yep. It's getting more and more crazy. Mythology. Orion represents the hero Gilgamesh fighting the bull of heaven, Tiresias. We were recently talking about Gilgamesh in another stream recently. Native American, the Lakota people view the stars as part of a single greater bison. The belt stars represent the spine of the bison, while the Pleiades and Tiresias form the head. Hindu mythology. The Orion is associated with the god Prajapati, who hunted Rudra and its original star Aldebaran. Tiresias is seen the daughter of Prajapati. Yes, read the Bible and absorb the wisdom of the Lord indeed. Amen. Absolutely. The hour is upon us of craziness in the world, for certain, as we could see around, and the Bible gives us guidance to the truth and these dark times. Right. That is true about Ghislaine. Yeah, judgments will be long, indeed. Oh, thank you, Todd. Thank you. See, what's the best time of year? Okay, so let's see. Next thing. Some of this interrogation footage that I was talking about before. Let's see. Looks like she learned from Jodi Arias. Interesting. Okay. So, let's look at this one.
What did you kill him with?
A gun, a loaded gun in the house.
Can you tell me where the gun is right now?
The gun is in the house. I laid it on the...
Okay, that's not what I want to look at. That's the 911 call. It's not the interrogation. So. Todd says breaking the Associated Press is reporting 2 people are now in custody in the Guthrie case, in the Guthrie case. Okay. This is the Jodi Arias interrogation right there. Okay, it's there. ABC is reporting the 2 people in custody are not related to the Guthrie family, to the Guthrie family.
No. Just give me. Can I get you just to have a seat here? I'll be right in.
You can take the handcuffs off.
What's that?
Can you take the handcuffs off?
As soon as the detective gets in here, Detective Flores, he can take those off for you. I think that's what he told you anyway, that he'd allow you to have your handcuffs on.
All right, Moki says from X, the 300 Bitcoin test drop to the ransom wallet was no accident. Suspect had it on their phone, checked it right after it hit, and got busted. Smart move by investigators. Facts. Awesome. Yeah, that was a foolish move for them to do, unless they really knew what they were doing. Yeah. Alright, TMZ is reporting that medical helicopter has landed in Tuscan. Sources confirm that it's Nancy Guthrie.
Might be Tucson.
Guthrie.
Might be Tucson.
Tucson. Is that what you just said? Ray Toodles? How's it said?
You said Tucson.
Okay. Yeah, these names, but anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's just you're not used to it because we're not familiar with that.
Okay, let me get those off you. Can you stand there for me? Face down. I'm gonna get you a bottle of water.
Thank you. Any chance we could get my purse?
Yeah, they'll get that from the house.
Will they bring it to me?
It'll probably be put in your property. There's water for you.
Do you want one for yourself?
Yeah, you can wait.
Maybe we could turn the heat up in here. Or like, do you have a sweater I can borrow or something?
I don't have any sweaters. I'll see if I can turn it off. It's hard to control the heat in this building.
That's fine.
Make sure I don't lock myself in here. Yeah. So you remember me?
Of course I do.
I traveled all the way up here to come talk to you. Because I've been working on Travis's case ever since it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I know exactly when it happened, when he was killed. I know a lot of details, and just recently we found quite a bit of evidence, and I'll discuss that with you. The main thing that I'm looking for, though, is answers on why certain things happened, why they went so far, and also to get your statements.
Okay.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even to Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, is because I believe that you know some of these details.
Okay.
And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay. Because we're here at the police department, the sheriff's department here in, was it Siskiyou County?
Siskiyou.
That's what it's called? Okay. And you're considered under arrest or detained. You're not free to go. And I'm a police officer. I have to read you your rights. Okay. I'm sure you've heard them on TV. You know, I have to read them off this little card here, but they're pretty much the same. And I'll explain them to you as we go. Okay. Let's see. This is July 15, 2008. Correct?
Yes.
Let me see what time it is here. It's 10:01 in the morning. This is case number 2008-161-0844. Okay. You do have the right to remain silent.
All right, Todd says Twitter X has numerous pictures of massive police presence and Rico, Arizona SWAT, FBI, military, and Arizona State Police. All right, thank you.
Okay, anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and to be with you during questioning if you so desire. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed for you prior to questioning. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
And what I'm going to do is just ask you some questions, ask you what you've been doing, you know, certain dates, what you were up to.
Yeah.
You mentioned you were traveling on some of these dates.
I travel.
I want to kind of clarify some of these things. And, you know, if there's a question that you don't want to answer, you don't feel comfortable, you can say no, you know, or, you know, you can elaborate as much as you want. It's completely up to you. It's at your speed. I don't want to pressure you.
Is this recorded at all, or should we?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a recording or something.
I don't know if these are voice recorders. I noticed them. If they have video, or if they have audio, or batteries, or what.
I don't think they're on.
They're really cool.
It's
You
okay.
still heat still.
Yeah, I haven't touched those or anything, but
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're not on, so what I want to do is just get to the bottom of it. Everybody wants to know, okay? And, you know, so I'm going to ask you some questions. You can voluntarily answer them if you want, okay? Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
There was some question about you being, well, let's start with this. What have you been up to since Travis's death? What have you been doing?
Well, I've been working. I haven't been really working in prepaid legal. There's not a whole lot here in this marketplace, which is...
It's kind of small here.
It's small here, and really that could be seen as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, because that just means the market is untapped in a large way. So I could have if I wanted to, but I'm kind of like a deer in the headlights when it comes to prepaid legal, and I just have a fear of just approaching people. So I've been working at a Mexican restaurant in the north end of town. I've been kind of in a daze, at least for the first few weeks.
Like everybody, you know.
Yeah. I know that a lot of people have been posting on Facebook really nice things, you know, and memories, and at one point I was like, well, maybe I should do that. So I posted this thing, and I just said all my memories, and I realized looking back on it that it kind of sounded immature. It's more like my Dear Travis kind of letter. And so I took it down because...
More personal?
Yeah, some of it was details that were a little more personal. Not too personal, nothing inappropriate. Just, I just felt funny. I think because I'm a photographer, I tend to communicate more through pictures, so I posted a ton of pictures that I had of him. And I have a ton more that I just can't access right now. And videos and things that I know his family would want, but, so I posted pictures and I took that down, and I posted something last week, but other than that,
Okay, Rico, Arizona is miles from the Mexico border and is heavily influenced by drug trafficking and hostage taking. Okay, according to CNN. Okay, thank you. Wow. Yep. That is wild. Okay. So I got a picture up on the screen. A large police presence was seen in Rico, Arizona after a person was detained for questioning in connection with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. The area is less than 15 miles from Port Nogles, premier U.S.-Mexico border gateway. I know, it's very scary, very creepy. Very creepy. Yeah, that's the police presence. Ah, okay. Play some of this Epstein interview. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, let's go here. All right. Yeah, so thank you, Todd, for the continuous updates. Okay, so over to this other window. This is the Epstein interview that was released. We not watch all of it tonight, but we'll watch some of it.
The financial crisis.
All right, let's go this way. Start from the beginning. There.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquiry from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh,
a little bit.
Okay.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting-edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need...
Okay, and Todd says... unconfirmed reports that the FBI's elite hostage team and some members of the military SEAL Team 6 were used to rescue Nancy Guthrie. Wow. Thank you, Todd. I'm glad that they went and took care of business. Well, incredible Trump's America doing fast work. Yep. Exactly. Getting things done quickly. Yeah, and this is in Epstein's interview. He's talking about economics and his perspective on things. He is very deceptive and cunning in this. You definitely see as he tries to paint a picture of himself a certain way when it's all a ruse. Yeah.
To start interdisciplinary work. In most...
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place. How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s, or sort of early...
Yes, a mermaid, absolutely, definitely a schmuck, indeed. Yes.
Mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-'70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated.
Exactly, Mermaid. They, for I'd say over 100 years, have been involved with stuff like that. Very, very twisted people. They came up with all the weird systems that we have now. Moki says, person detained was delivering DoorDash when pulled in Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. Oh, wow. Out on the DoorDash and it got caught. Wow. Yeah, maybe so, Moki. Yeah. Scared. The DoorDash. Yeah, scared. Yeah, you never know like who is like ordering the food, delivering the food. That's true. Maybe Uber Eats instead. Okay, thank you, Todd, for the link. Let's go here. Shots of the spaceship cats. Pima County Sheriff's Department confirms to me this is not related to the Guthrie case. Medical helicopter has landed after departing. Rico raises questions about whether the activity is connected to... Right, it's not related... Yes. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. Right. They say it's not related, but we're going to go and... Up here. Okay, let's try to zoom in. Doesn't really work, but that's okay. We'll get this to figure it out. Okay. Well, I could just do this. Alright, duration 52 minutes. Aircraft, University Medical Center, 8:52 p.m. MST. Departure first seen 7:33 p.m. MST near Arizona, Tuesday, February 10, 2026. Alright, they say it's not related to her, but we want to show you that anyway. Okay. Alright. Pima County Sheriff's Department confirms that is not related to Guthrie. Carlos is a suspect taken into the custody tonight, per his mother-in-law, who was just interviewed on News Nation. Oh, goodness. I'm getting some more groundbreaking news here. It looks like the news hasn't completely caught it yet, but let's see. Here we go. As February 10, individual identified as Carlos in recent news is okay. He was arrested by okay. So we're going to put in the right thing over this way and try this again. I put in the wrong name. Guthrie. Okay. Breaking news: FBI is taking the Guthrie family to the hospital to be reunited with Nancy. Associated Press. Wow. Well, glad that she's being reunited with her family. Alright, just so the news has not come out yet about the name, but we know from insiders from News Nation that it's Carlos Valentelios. Probably said that wrong, but that is who it may be. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Hey, thank you, chat, for the information. Alright. Alright, Todd says FBI has sealed off a 3-block area where Nancy was found. Wow, that's just, she was just there and no one knew. Wow, that's wild. So I'm glad they caught her. Glad they got her. All right.
Calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was some of the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people.
Yeah, he's extremely creepy. And I do believe in this Illuminati stuff that he's talking about. He was part of that. You know, the way he moves and talks and acts is extremely disturbing, and like what he says. And, yeah. Okay, Mermaid says she hears choppers all over New Mexico right now. Uh huh. Yep, it's happening. The rescue mission. Although she's already in the hospital, and her family's seeing her now, which is good. We get news before the news itself gets it. So Nancy Guthrie was rescued by the Special Ops Navy team, Navy SEALs, and she was transported to the hospital. She was put there, and her family is going to see her. Also, Carlos is the suspect in this case, right by the Mexican border where lots of ransom happens. Mermaid, that is most likely very true. Usually people that are like that become abusers themselves. And they repeat it over and over again. Yeah. So it happened to him, most likely at some point, and then he did it to other people. Yep. It's a cycle.
To have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this trilateral commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States.
Okay, Todd. Yeah, the news cannot catch up with Todd. That's true. Todd's ahead of everybody. All right. Okay, breaking unconfirmed reports are saying 4 people arrested in Rico, Arizona. Some shots were fired. Unclear if anyone has been shot. Thank you, Todd.
Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did. So to answer your question, at that time I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on a Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, one of the major problems, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money, I guess.
Okay, we are back. Yeah, and he talks about just things that everybody may know about with the different economic stuff, but he's very creepy. This is like when he was talking to affluent people, billionaires, etc. He was able to trick a lot of people into making them think that he was an intellectual, but he really had nefarious motives to him. He's like an actor.
Yes, I'm wealthier. I'd say yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better.
Okay, Moki. Well, thank you for coming, and it was an honor to fill you and chat in on everything. And take care, and peace.
However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any money, more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed.
All right, Todd says an Associate Press and Fox News are reporting 5 court-ordered searches of 2 buildings in Rico, Arizona are being done now. Thank you, Todd.
By other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
But how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old,
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're a Dalton.
No, 10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. Now you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel
That's
like?
what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those were 2 extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure, and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So they don't, most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first trilateral.
Even when,
Or something.
Even when he was coming up in the beginning, he was into learning about shady business practices and scams.
Just give me approximate. You joined the trilateral commission.
I think it might be 90.
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the trilateral commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
3-day event. And
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first? Like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out in every direction.
Well, these guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have, it seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here, I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question then. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system...
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, The guys making billion-dollar bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Versalin Brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Liar's Poker?
Yeah, Liar's Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Ah, yes. I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but
yes.
Those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill, $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, and the people that he knows and was connected with certainly were behind these type of economic collapses throughout time. And for instance, we have inflation that's quite high at the moment, and those people like him and his elites will do that to cause the stabilization to our country, because that's what these people do. A lot of the banks did fail, and like little banks, family-owned banks, all failed, but the national banks survived. And just like him and his cronies were the Rockefeller, etc., behind stuff like that, in my opinion. Yeah. And we're going to see more of this another time. Now we're going to go this way, and we are going to be ending the stream for the night. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It was a good time. Thanks, Todd, for the news updates. And see you all on the next one, and peace.